Okay, looks like the mic works just fine. Just need to fix some audio stuff quick. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. All right. I think we're good. Okay, no reason to wait around really. Today I will be building a new version of what's currently my favorite keyboard, this bad boy, the Vast60 R2 or Round 2. I haven't actually even opened the box yet, so let's go ahead and do that first. Just before I dox myself. Well, just a moment. Need to fix something. Okay, so since the adhesive used to put on the stickers on the box that detail my address and name and all of that stuff is fairly strong, then I'm quickly going to slice this box open and hopefully not get any of it on camera. For the people that have joined me just now, hi. It's nice to have you here. Okay, I think we should be good now. Right, so let me switch over to a slightly more interesting camera angle as well. There. So here we have a shipment that I received earlier this morning, or well, this morning. It's not morning anymore. That hopefully contains the keyboard that I ordered. I haven't checked yet, so okay. Looks like it's packaged in foam really nicely. I don't remember the last round having like this plastic wrapped around it, so that's probably a good thing. And let's open it up. So the thing with this keyboard is that I originally ordered a red one, but since the anodizer that the company that made this uses messed up a few of the orders, then they were actually short a few red ones. And ABBB, the guy behind Create Keyboards, contacted me and asked me whether I would be okay with like a different color. And I opted for one that is white instead. So here it is. Wait, I'm gonna try and get it without scratching it. It's a fair bit heavier than the previous one, and that is for a good reason. First of all, we have an all-new badge here. Let me zoom in a little bit. We have a new badge here. I think the Jelly Epoch also had a badge here. E-White WKL and Blue WKL gang. Yeah, we're going to end up with a lot of similar builds this way. But yeah, there's like this badge, which I believe should be brass. And then there should be an internal weight that's also brass, but we will get to that in a moment. I need to open it up first. Very helpfully, the hex key that you would use to screw the case open is inside the case, behind the plate, so I'm going to have to recruit my screwdriver instead. Also, hi Fred, very nice to see you here. Okay, that's a bit small. Screws are in sort of tight, which hopefully will not be an issue. Like, they're not tight enough for me to strip them while trying to undo them or anything. Right, that should be all of the screws undone, and I'm gonna try not to lose any of these screws. I think that's all. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. And 6. Right, so this is the inside of the case. This, I believe, should be brass. It's has an interesting coating. It's like, feels like sort of plasticky. I'm not sure what exactly that is. PVD maybe. But yeah, it is, I think, a fair bit heavier than the round 1 Vast60 that I have. And I will be doing like a weight comparison later on as well, but we'll get around to that. The logo here, the Create Keeps logo, is translucent, so I'm not sure if you can see. Let me grab a light. If I shine a light underneath it, then it does actually show through. So I'm not entirely sure if the PCB that I have had underglue, but if it does, then like this should look very nice. Finish wise, it looks really good. I haven't had an E white board before. I think I have an E yellow Blade 60, but yeah, this looks absolutely spotless. There's like a very, very small, some kind of a scratch mark or tooling mark here, but that's inside the case and won't really show up. Looks really good. Let me check the top as well. Okay. Well, obviously the screw holes don't look like super clean, and they're not supposed to. You're not supposed to get the coating inside them anyway. But yeah, it's looking really good from what I can see. Hi Sick and hi Deus Act. Okay, here's the bottom foam that we may or may not be using. Compared to the round 1 foam, this does not have a plasticky side or like a reflective side. It seems a little bit thicker and like just a little bit more dense as well, if that makes a difference. Here's some plate foam that we will actually not end up using, at least at first today. Some more pieces of plate foam, the gaskets and the feet, and the plate that we're going to be modifying a little bit. It's beautiful. If you ever decide to sell your hex, you're buying it off me. World's first space Vast with a spacer, maybe? Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure where you would stick the spacer here, but I mean, good luck trying to figure that out, I guess. Yeah, we will be starting with a plate for a very good reason. The reason is that in this round, Cubes did offer a whatchamacallit, did offer an option for a half plate, but that was with the caveat that then you were not able to use a split spacebar. So I would have had to use a stabilizer and a spacebar, which, I don't know if you can tell, if you've seen the rest of my collection as well, is not really the way I roll. So instead, I got a second FR4 plate, and we are going to be trying to modify it a little. We're going to try and convert this into a half plate. If we spectacularly fail, I do have a polycarbonate plate from last round here as well, so we can build it with this instead while we wait for a replacement. And I was planning on getting like a separate half plate with full Tsungan compatibility manufactured, but ADHD got the best of me, so that ended up not happening. This is FR4, yeah. It's quite bendy. Well, of course, not as bendy as PC, but I like the somewhat bendy nature that it has, and I also like the sound that it produces on the keys that it is present on. So we will be modifying this. Let me quickly get my cutting mat. Let me get the desk microphone out of the way as well. Cutting it might be a problem. FR4 is brittle. Yeah, it is. I'm actually hoping that I will be able to snap off most of it. I could also use something like a Dremel, but not only do I not have one, I also don't really want to breathe in the dust that this would produce. So what I do have is some flush cutters. I also have an X-Acto knife, which I should be able to use to at least score the places that I want to cut it in. And I also have some sandpaper in case the cuts end up being a little bit messy, but we will get to that part in due course, because they are in the other room right now, and I can't be arsed to go and get them. So I'm gonna do some test snips first, just like from the middle, just to see how the material behaves. And hopefully nothing will explode. Okay. Looks like it can be snipped fairly well, and even though this does produce some dust, then I think that we should be able to clean off the cut marks using some wet sandpaper, so it doesn't like get the dust everywhere. Let's see. Just sort of trying to plan the tool path here. Can I get this in here? Nope. Oh well. Guess we're gonna have to be a little bit more brave. So this here is a real cut. Gonna do it at a slight distance and then clean it up later. I hope I'm not making like a massive mistake right now, but time will tell, I guess. Is the audio okay today? Like, can you properly hear me over the music and everything. Is good. Nice. Okay, we survived thus far, so that's good. I think I'm gonna get this corner as well. On this, I'm gonna try and get cleaner from scratch. Duh. Okay, there we go. Right, so to clean up these cuts, I am going to try and see if I can sort of create some sort of a line to snap bit. Unfortunate that it didn't come with half plate. It was supposed to come with. Yeah, I actually didn't order the half plate since I was not super happy with the layout that it offered. I like my backspace is split, and the half plate did not support that. And in addition to that, there was some like slight weirdness with the layout where the let me show on this keyboard where like these keys actually did have support around them as well. Now, since I work as a developer and since these keys do see quite a bit of use, and since I am kind of used to them having a uniform feeling with the alphanumeric keys, then that's not really going to fly with me. So I would have ended up modifying it to some extent anyway, except that instead of kind of messing around with this area and kind of making more space for the switches where the stabs otherwise would be, I decided to just do this. This I have done before in the case of my girlfriend's Hex 3C. I forget the name. Hex 3C, yeah. That came with a palm plate, the manufacturing tolerances of which were way off. So it was only usable if I converted into a half plate, and it made it for a fairly nice build. POM, of course, is a fairly soft plastic, so that was much easier to modify. But you know, I'm not too bothered by this. Okay, now we have flying particles in the house. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, don't do this at home. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I will try and see if I can use like a different set of pliers here. Maybe is a little bit more and I'm very mildly scratched. Not scratched enough to be concerned because I do make things, but you know. Okay, this doesn't work at all, so crap. Okay, I will be right back. I will patch this up and try and not get any FR4 dust into this. I have returned. I cleaned the wound a little bit and In post-Soviet Estonia, keyboard band-aids you, apparently. TOS? I don't know. Hope that's not going to be an issue. There we go. Good as new. So, hello 0F11, welcome to the stream. So yeah, could say that the plate is band-aid modded, in that I use the band-aid in the process of modding the plate. Oh god, okay. The snaps that it makes are really loud, but the particles fortunately don't fly super far. Otherwise, I would be concerned for the health and well-being of my cats. All of them seem to be in another room right now anyway, so they'll be okay. Okay, that one did fly fairly far. Right, just a few more to go. We'll be monkey typing on Pionic until the end of the stream. Let's see how much you will get. Where are you at right now? Like, how many words per minute are you at right now? Also, did you like work today with the Pionic or 6? That's a good 10 seconds per word. Yeah, that checks out. Not brave enough to work with a Pionic right now? Yeah. I wouldn't be either. Okay, that should be all of the snips made that I wanted to make. So I will quickly clean my desk of dust and FR4 particles. And what else did I want to get? Oh, right, I wanted to get sandpaper, so I'll be back in a moment. And maybe I'll be able to show you guys a new cat as well. Right, so say hello to Sushi. This is one of the two additional cats that me and my fiance decided to foster. He is a large black tomcat, and he's an absolute snuggle bun. Very cute, very soft, and smells really nice. There you go. So yeah, Fred has 12 cats. Wow, okay, that's a few. Okay, I did get the sandpaper, but I forgot like a little bowl with water. Just a moment. Right, you have 12 in your house because your mom rescues cats. You're only keeping 8. Okay, cool. Yeah, cats are really nice animals. So like, you can tell your mom that like I appreciate the effort that she puts into saving cats. A stranger on the internet said that what she does matters. Right, so here I have 80 grit sandpaper, and I also have some 180. So I'm going to use the 80 to take off most of the rough edges, and then the 180 to sort of finish up on it. This works way better than I expected it to. I'm going to have to wash the plate and then let it dry for a little while afterwards, but we're going to be modifying some stabilizers anyways, so... Okay, so like the finish that I'm looking for is not like perfectly smooth. I just like want it to not be sharp. I don't want it to be a danger. There's like this red sandpaper goop on it. Probably because this is not technically wet and dry sandpaper, but I was in a hurry before starting the stream, and the construction store did not have a logical layout, so... Also forgot that I need some paper towels, so once again, BRB. All right, we are back with some paper towel. So let's try and clean the sandpaper goop off of it and see what we have. Okay, that's actually fairly smooth already. Like the cuts don't look exactly perfect, but there's no jagged edges or anything here. So I think I'm gonna get these corners, and then I might be able to just like call it. Like I don't need to go over it with a finer grit. Right. Yeah, I'm not going to go over this with a finer grit. I was expecting it to end up looking like a lot more scuffed, but like this actually looks quite decent and feels quite decent. Like there's no sharp edges or anything, so I'm happy with this. Okay, I will put away the water. Once again, clean the sort of work surface that I have, and I will be back in like 2 minutes. Sorry for the constant BRBs. I'll try and improve on it a little bit. And we are back. So this is the result that we ended up with. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this as it is. And as the next thing that I'm going to do, I will be testing the PCB. Right, so I have this plain 60 PCB. Huge thanks to DD Nomad from our local community, who was kind enough to provide it in a super timely manner. Oh, it actually does. It actually does support underglow, but it doesn't have any wired in, so we might be able to do something interesting with that, because I do have some LED strips that we could use. But yeah, this is a plain 60 by Evi, or anykeys.eu. I have built at least one keyboard with this PCB before, or like a similar PCB, and the quality was really, really nice. It's not like the flexiest. There is a flex edition of this, but it's really nice and solid, and especially in case of half-plate builds, the fit of the switch legs into the PCB is tight enough to hold them in place without like the threat of soldering them in crooked, because I did build this Victorinox 60 a few weeks ago, and if you take a close look, then you can see that some of the switches are a little bit crooked. That's because the PCB that Canon Keys made for the Victorinox, the clearances of the PCB around the switch legs were loose enough to sort of make that happen. So yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, but let's plug in the PCB and let's test it. Let's see, I did have a second USB cable on my desk, so whoa. Okay, guess not. Right, I was supposed to open VIA, and to open VIA I need a keyboard. Right, there we go. And it shows up just fine, which is a very good start. So, where did I put some of my tools? They're not here apparently, but we can use something like the something like a switch puller to short the contacts and try and get things to work. Let's play sounds as well, so it's a little bit more fun to listen to. Okay. Some of these sounds that VIA makes, fortunately or unfortunately, blend into the background music, so that means that I spam some of the Hail Odyssey. Nice to see you here. Right. So this is a dedicated function key, which means that it doesn't really do anything on its own as it's supposed to. And this doesn't do anything on its own either, so I think they're probably going to be fine. Let's go ahead and quickly fix the layout. I am going to be building a tongue on board once again, so we have a split right shift, we have a split backspace, and we have a win keyless bottom row. So the way that I like to set my boards up is that I have left control, left GUI or left windows, space, right alt, and control. This is a layer shift key. This is a backspace. This is the backtick or the graven comma. This is also a backtick or a graven comma. Tell me you're a JavaScript developer without telling me you're a JavaScript developer, right? And this is escape. Where is escape? I cannot find escape. Ah, here it is. Right. As for layer 1, the F keys have been set up already. The delete button should be here. And as for arrows, we have up, left, right, down, and for I, we have print screen. I do have some other hotkeys bound to these keys for the most part as well. It's just that I don't use these very often. Like these are media controls and volume up and down and everything, but I'm too lazy to check right now, so this will do just fine. Okay, I think that concludes the PCB testing. Should be good. So let's proceed with stabs. The stabs that I'm going to be using are, well, my usual fare. The Durock smokies. I had a friend very helpfully drop by and bring me a 7U wire today. Let me just quickly validate that. Yep, okay, that's good. And yeah, these are the ones that we're going to be using. So here's some stabs, some spacers. Do these have screws? Yeah, they do. And we're also going to be using stab stickers to make the bottom out a little bit more enjoyable. So a Sangan build uses 2 short stabs and 1 long. So that's 1. That's 2. And 3. Wait, this is missing these. This? Yeah, okay. Okay, so the mods that we're going to be doing, I've recently started doing like an EPSI mod, or putting some stab sticker sheet inside the switch housing, but I am curious to build a few boards without that mod as well. So today I'm just going to be lubing them. No holy mod, no EPSI mod. Let's see, what do I need? I need some Krytox, a brush that I could swear was here a moment ago. Let's see. Okay, I've put away the brush, but I know exactly where it is, so right, so Krytox, and I actually have this little sample pack of XHT-BDZ lube here, which should be like a very, very thick kind of a lube. I'm going to use that on the wires today. So let's see how that turns out. I'm quickly going to grab the brush. All right, so this is still a little bit wet from yesterday, when I lubed some switches. So I've actually gotten a few more followers. Fredosaurus, OF11, and Pi Lattes. Thank you very much for the follow. I really do appreciate it. This stab lubing business goes like fairly quickly when I'm not dealing with like an Epsi mod or a or something like that. Okay. I need to find like a stable position for my brush. Oh, I think my girlfriend just got home. Right, where was I? Yeah, wires. Wow, I'm really easily distracted today. Okay, so it's a bag of questionable white goop. Please no ban. Let's get like a good amount on the wire and see how it works. It's really thick and really kind of messy. Up, almost put that together wrong. I hope I'm not like overdoing it, because if they're gonna feel sluggish, then like I'm gonna have to remove quite a bit of this. Did I run out of music? Looks like I did. I will fix that in a moment. Okay. This is in like a doubly sealed Ziploc bag, because anything less would probably still create a mess. Okay, let me quickly fix the music. Oh, not this song. Okay, there we go. First time chat from Pi Lattes. Watching this is oddly calming and makes me almost forget all your burning deadlines. Okay, I choose to take that as a compliment, but please do deal with things that have burning deadlines over watching some random dude on Twitch build small keyboards. So what we're doing now is that we are applying stab stickers onto the PCB so that the spots that the stabilizer hits, when pressed down, don't get smashed by the stab and make a really loud, sort of a high-pitched clack sound. I think I did like build a board or two without them recently, and It's just not the same. So. Loving the chill vibes. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Also, thank you very much for the follow. Like the overlay that I use to display follower alerts and such seems to be broken, so I need to fix that at one point. But I do really appreciate the follow. So thank you for that. Okay. Since the staff stickers are quite thick, then sometimes it's a little bit of a hassle to try and get the wider leg of the staff to sit in the PCB properly. So I'm actually going to go ahead and screw this in straight away as well. Because otherwise it's going to just pop out the first chance it gets. I missed the spacer, didn't I? That should be enough. Are these both properly in? I think they should be. Of course, already got some cat hair into here. I'm not sure if the camera is ever going to focus on it. Thank you, Panasonic. Hello. Guess not. Whatever. Right, this sheet is done. Okay, so the backspace stab stickers go on backwards. One of the new cats in our home is very, very vocal. The same one that I showed on camera earlier, actually. He like walks around and does like this slightly creaking noise in an effort to get, I don't know, food or attention. Or it's adorable. I'm not sure if you guys heard that on the mic as well, but. Well, these stabs really don't want to go in there today. Okay, I think I managed to tame one of them. I will just prep some screws with the washers and hope for the best. Okay, the band-aid that I put on my finger earlier is a little bit too tight. Like it's the finger's not going blue or anything, but it's just like a little bit annoying. Okay. I think I got the other one to sit about right now as well. Okay. 2 down, 1 to go. Ugh, I've done this thing again where yeah. There we go. I think I've yet to do a keyboard build where I do not insert one of the stabs like the wrong way around. It's not that it's hard. It's just that I'm really easily distracted. Ah, got that. Okay, whatever. Yeah, outside. Okay, just doing like a quick visual check just to ensure that everything seems in order. Put away the washers and the extra screws. What is the name of the current track? Seems on-screen player is stuck. Let me try and fix that. There we go. This is Hattori by Otno. If that says anything to you. Yeah, for some reason, like the on-screen player sometimes messes up, which is not super surprising, considering how I put it together. It's basically like a screen grab of the browser window, playing the track and art list. And then it's like that duplicated and kind of meshed together to fit the aesthetic that I was like kind of trying to go for. Okay, that's the sabs done. I want to test them before soldering them. In order to do that, I need some switches. Where do I have the switches that I prepared for this build? Ah, right here. Also going to be temporarily pulling some keycaps from the... What am I doing? What have I done? This is not the enter key. God damn it. Okay. I will pull the keycaps and address it then. But long story short, I put the stabilizer on the wrong bloody row. Thought it's looking like weird for some reason. I don't know what's up with me today. Right, let me undo this and jeez. Right. If I'm careful enough, then I can probably just reuse the same sticker for the row above it. Although that did stretch it quite a bit, so I'm just going to dispose of it. This is a really stupid mistake to make, but... whatever. Now, if only I found the stab stickers that I had in front of me like 5 minutes ago. Ah, they're here. I'm gonna try something different this time around. I'm gonna try and see if I can maybe like apply the sticker with the stab, just to make sure that the positioning is absolutely as correct as it can be. Right, so enter is here. Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay. So how are you guys enjoying watching 5 minutes straight of me trying to get a washer on a screw? And quietly swearing under my breath. Okay, there we go. This time around it is on the correct row as well, so that went a little bit better. Right, so let's test them with keycaps and see how they sound and feel. The switches that I'm going to be using today are Alpacas that I lubed with Krytox 205 grade 1, I think. I thought it was grade 0, but I think it's actually grade 1, which should be a little bit thicker than grade 0. Okay. Right, so weirdly enough, they sound a little bit scratchy. I think I might have to add some lube into the housings. Alright, where did we put the brush? Here it is. This is something that I can do without having to disassemble the stabs, or like without having to remove them from the plate. Sorry, not the plate, the PCB. Since the tolerances around the stab slider are lax enough to allow me to add some lube with a brush. Right, let's try that again. Yeah, that's a lot better. At least to my ears. Okay, so now that we are done with the stabs, the next thing that we can do is solder the switches. In order to do that, I need to go and get my soldering iron, and I also want to get like a sip of drink, so I'll do like a 2-minute break, and I'll be back right after that. Okay, and I am back. Unfortunately, I did not find what I was looking for, which was my solder that I usually use. So instead, I'm going to be using this other one, which is lead-free and fairly thick and significantly worse, but I mean, I don't want to stop the build halfway through, so this will have to do. Plus, I think since the last time I tried, my soldering technique has gotten at least a little bit better as well, so we should be fine. I also have a new soldering iron, actually. It's not like a particularly fancy one. I think it was like 15 bucks, but it is an upgrade from my previous one, which was like very thick, and the tip that it has was hella beaten up and didn't really work that well anymore. So that should be a definite improvement. CXG are nice. What is CXG? Please elaborate. Soldering irons? Okay. And this is CXG? Oh yeah, it is CXG. Yeah, I'm not super well versed in this world, so I have no idea about half of the tools that I'm working with. Okay, so to get started, I'm going to be trying to line the plate with the PCB properly, and I'm going to do that with basically by putting in some of the switches on the perimeter, or like in the corners of the board, and that should make my life a lot easier in the long run. Right, so if you need a testament to how well this plate works with most switches, like it's being held in by 2 switches right now, and the switches keep the plate straight or like perpendicular to the PCB. Something fell. So yeah, like it's a really nice snug fit. Writing not so fast, 20 words per minute style. Okay. It do be like that sometimes. Okay, so these are nice and snug. I will solder them down. Right, so the tip that this soldering iron has is super thin, and maybe like not the best at warming up like this sort of thick spool of lead. So I need to probably get that replaced. You're back temporarily. Nice to have you back. Okay, I'm gonna turn up the heat a little bit. I feel like 350 is not enough for this thickness of solder. Actually crazy how big of an impact a deskmat has on a keyboard sound profile. Your hex sounds so much better on a deskmat. Another thing that actually plays a major role is your desk itself. Whether it's hollow or like whether it's like solid wood, it's gonna sound significantly different, especially if you don't use a deskmat. Okay, the music seems to have stopped again, so this should be good for like another hour. Okay, so soldering with this solder is going to be a challenge because it kind of really likes to ball up and not like make proper contact with the solder pad on the PCB. So I'm actually considering getting my older soldering iron and using that because the tip is like bigger and flatter and probably like heats up the solder pad a little bit more evenly. in addition to being quicker. Or I can just keep doing what I'm doing and have a little bit of patience. Your desk blows, it's not hollow, it's quite thin, and due to its length it's very reverby. Oh wow, yeah, that does not sound ideal. Right, so some of these switches had the issue of them clicking because I also filmed the switches and apparently didn't do like super good QC putting them back together. The half plate endeavor went well. Yeah, it did. I actually didn't have to use the finer grit sandpaper. The rough grit like took off enough material to sort of make it not perfectly smooth, but like jagged, smooth enough for me to like not cut my fingers on it or anything. So that was quite nice. That Wiener has followed me this minute. Thank you very much for the follow. You have a very interesting username. But I do appreciate the follow. Okay, let's go ahead and solder the top row. Yeah, this is kind of slow in comparison to my usual workflow, but we'll just take our time and still get there in the end. Actually just remembered, earlier today, Sick in the chat dropped by and picked up the deskmat that he ordered. MyKeyboard.eu very recently had a sale where all deskmats were €15, and I used this opportunity to pick up one for myself as well. So I think it should match the aesthetic of the keyboard that I'm building today. So if I don't remember, then like maybe one of you guys remembers towards the end of the stream to like ask me to go and get it, and we can use it for a typing test. Right, for anyone new to the stream, hi, thank you very much for joining me tonight. I hope you are having as good of a time as I am, and don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's like half of these solder connections end up like feeling a little bit weird. So I'll probably, yeah, I'll just solder all of them and check them then. Like no point in taking breaks to check the solder joints, because I would just rather be done with it. My girlfriend was kind enough to bring the deskmat to me, so it's like a very slightly higher probability that I will remember to use it. Maybe you'll remind me towards the end of the stream as well if you can. Both of us have ADHD, so it might not happen. One of these joints definitely hasn't flowed correctly. So just to kind of illustrate what happens with this combination of like a very thin soldering tip and the very sort of thick solder, I get like these balls of solder, and this probably does not make contact between the switch leg and the PCB, so I'm gonna have to reflow this. Actually didn't have enough solder to begin with, so there we go. There's another one here. These are called cold joints, where not enough heat was applied and proper contact was not made. Or, well, they're called that in Estonian. I'm not sure what they're called in English. I hope it's cold joints, because, well, otherwise I'm just talking out of my backside. Right, so in order to get the bottom row placement right, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to align the... Is it possible to turn up overall volume on the stream by like 30% at least? Well, not really, but I can try. The issue is that the audio interface that I used to use, and with which I had usually set up my audio settings, kind of died on me today. So I had to kind of panic and scramble a different solution together. So I can try and make my voice a little bit more loud, but I think this got a little bit too loud. So let me turn up the music a little bit as well. I'll let you know if this is better. Where was I? Yeah, right. Aligning the bottom row. My voice was actually better when I turned it up. Well, I hope this is okay. Other streams you watch with 50% the volume compared to volume here? Yeah. What keycaps am I planning on using? I think the only keycaps that I do not have on a board right now is GMK Oblivion. I might be wrong, I need to check. But I'm probably going to use GMK Oblivion. Yeah, I think that's the only key set that I have, because I actually managed to sell my GMK Crimson Cadet and my SA Leviathan very recently. So running out of key sets. Right. Just in case, I'm gonna check the bottom row alignment using like the actual keycap widths that I will be using as well. Let's see, does this leave a gap? Yes, it does. That's no good. Where's my switch puller? I'll just use this. I am completely all over the place today, so I'm sorry for that. There we go. That seems about right. And for the other side, let's see. Yep. Gonna put this guy back up here. Did it actually melt finally? No? No. Okay, that's the bottom row done. I'm gonna finish the perimeter and then move on to the middle area without any support. Right, step caps, or you just accidentally removed your node modules folder, reinstalling dependencies and running the project with hot reload just yields tons of random errors. Cache clearing didn't help. Oh boy. Is this like a please help me Velia kind of a deal, or are you just ranting? Just clueless? Okay, I'm not even sure what to tell you to do, to be fair. Is there any diff in the package JSON? View loader requires view compiler SFC to be present in the dependency. Okay. Okay, so check the package.json file to see if the version of view loader specified there differs from the one that you actually have installed. You can check that from the node modules folder itself. Or like you can try and do like npm view at view/compiler sfc just to see like whether it's present in your dependency tree or not. For anyone that tuned in and does not speak JavaScript or npm, I'm very sorry for this. But yeah, dependency management can be a bit funny sometimes. Right, I think I'm gonna go step caps lock. Primarily because I can. And like, it's like in before I discover that I'm actually missing step caps lock from Oblivion as well, as I did with Botanical. I did actually find it eventually, just a few weeks ago, but had to resolder to non-step caps. Misplacing the step caps again? Hope not. Sure hope not. Why is it gonna be difficult? These solder joints are anything but pretty, but they should work. And if they don't, we can just reflow them. It'll be okay. Or so I tell myself. So I was looking for a keyboard on my desk, but I actually don't have one, so... after I put in each switch, I try and make sure that it's not one of the ones that I accidentally made clicky. Because I thought I got all of them yesterday, but I did fix a few this morning as well. In general, like, these were the first switches that I've ever filmed, and frankly, like, I don't exactly feel like the filming did anything to Alpacas, at least. The little bit of stem wobble that there is still there. The housing, like, wasn't rattly before, so I kind of feel like I just wasted a bunch of time on it, but it's probably better on like some other switches. Doesn't affect stem wobble too much. Okay. So what exactly should it affect then? Like the friction fit of the housing, or housing wobble? Okay. So, like, in the case of alpacas, like, I feel like the, you also filmed your alpacas and you felt night and day difference, actually. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Could also be that I used, like, super thin films. But I just feel like they didn't do much. Since you use thick ones for alpacas, you use switch foams. Okay, so I take it that these are like hella thick, and you just kind of compress them into the switch. Okay. Yeah, then I feel it makes sense. Definitely filming black cherry pies, but you're going to use 0.15mm TX films this time. Okay. Yeah, I think I used desk keys. I actually had like a sheet of them on my desk earlier, but oh right, I used these. If the camera will ever focus on them, then maybe you'll recognize what these are. But these are like super thin, and like I said, those are foams, really Like they're not this soft foam material. They're like very sort of plasticky. They have this. They have like this. You know the texture of GMK caps, like this slightly coarse texture. It's not like soft at all. So I think we might be talking about different things. Okay, did I get all of these switches in right? Hold on. Did I hear a click? Huh. Thought I heard a click, but I didn't. It's just my paranoia combined with a very vivid imagination, I guess. So I think I should try and order like a beveled tip for the soldering iron, or like just like a slightly bigger one that has a little bit more thermal mass. Because I feel like it's taking a super long time to heat up the pad. So like what I end up doing is that I get like a ball of solder on top of the switch foot that like the soldering iron has heated up, and then I like just heat the pad until it sort of falls down and melts into one. I'm used to just placing the tip of the soldering iron against both the switch leg and the pad and just feeding solder and like it melting instantly. So I'm not sure if it's like the slightly lower wattage of the iron that I'm using, or the really sharp tip of it, or the heavy gauge of the solder. right square ally. Great. So I have a new follow from Dabaluke. Probably butchered your username whichever way I spell it, but thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. If you're still in the stream, then you can write in the chat how I should pronounce your username, and I'll try and do it some justice. Come on. Nearly done with soldering. hopefully. Guess we'll never know until we actually check, but the pace seems to have, or does seem to have picked up a little bit, which I'm very happy about. We are 2 hours and 18 minutes into the stream. Usually, I think by this time I would already be putting on keycaps. Okay, I think that should be all of the switches soldered, but okay, I see at least one cold drained. So let's test and see if all of the connections that we made work. Well, the shift button works. V, I, and A appear to work as well, so we can move over to the screen and test it. Okay. Okay, there is some issue here. So that's the colon, semicolon button. Let's see. // right shift control Windows space right alt right control. Let's see. And the function button does work as well. So we have access to the other layer. Okay, so this is the only one that doesn't work. Let's go ahead and fix that. So what do we have here? Okay, both of those are definitely cauldrons. Still. Okay. Closer look at what's going on here. Looks like for whatever reason the solder is not really doing its job when it comes to like bridging the contact between the switch and the PCB. Okay, this one now is stuck. And this one should now be good as well. So let's okay, well, upon visual inspection they look alright now. Let's see if they actually work. Nope, they don't. So let's see what it could be. Right. So if I bridge these contacts, then I do get a key press registered. So could it be that the switch is faulty? Let's see, I'm gonna try and desolder it, and let's take a look then. Oh, okay. Getting this out is going to be a little bit challenging with the plate being as tight as it is around the switch legs, but let's see if we can make it work. So heating up both of these so that they could kind of let go of the switch is going to be a little bit difficult. Come on. Melt, goddamn you. Ah, there we go. Nearly got them. Mr. Switch, would you kindly... Okay, so what happened by now is that I heated up the pad enough to kind of, well, strip it, which is not a good thing. I'm gonna have to twist this bloody thing off. Right, let's see. This is not great. Right. So the issue that I'm facing now is that unless I manage to get this this perforation in the PCB clean, I'm going to have a very difficult time getting the switch in there. So I'm going to try and use some solder wick. And even if I do like lift a pad or two, then like it's fine. I can probably just like bridge some contacts and kind of deal with it. But if I can't get a switch in, then like what am I even doing, right? This is taking forever to heat up as well. Not great. Not great at all. Alright, plan B is trying to get the switch in there while the solder in the one hole that is blocked is hot. Although that might not work. But I guess we'll find out. Okay. There's one of the holes. And here's the other one. Right. Just quickly going to test whether this already made the connection or not. And it did. Okay. So I'm just gonna add some solder on top here and call it a day. That was a little bit spooky. And the result is not exactly pretty, but I mean, as long as it works. This is one of the reasons why I actually kind of want to get the desoldering gun. There's a few PCBs from which I want to desolder switches, just to use them in other projects and such. And doing that without the desoldering gun means that I might be lifting pads or messing some things up, so don't really want to leave myself the opportunity for doing that. Okay. The column seems to work fine as well, so we got lucky this time. Alright, so that's the switches soldered. From what I can see, most of them are aligned properly, except this one. So before I unplug the soldering iron, I'm just gonna try and make sure all of them are in as properly as they can be. Is that better? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, so I've turned off the soldering iron. The next thing that we're going to be doing is installing the gaskets into the case, and then we can try and assemble the board. But before I do that, I do need to clean up my workspace a little bit, so I'll be back in a minute or two. Thank you for sticking around thus far. Right, and we are back. So, next order of business is trying to assemble the case, which we have over here. And before I go any further, I'm actually going to install the case feet as well, so that I don't accidentally scratch the case up from the bottom side, which, as you can see, is absolutely immaculate. Honestly, I feel like Create Kibs is kind of a game changer when it comes to the finish or like the quality of finish that goes into budget boards. My blue VAST60 R1 was absolutely spotless. The only blemish in the anodization was like in the top half of the case, but like inside the case, and like that only happened because that was where they affixed the case topper to whatever they used to lower it into the anodization vat, and like that's something that is like present in pretty much all cases, so like it's not like I mind. And like this is my first e-whiteboard, and the finish on it is absolutely beautiful. Like it's spotless. Like under a certain angle, I guess I can like see the machining marks a little bit, but like I really have to look for that. And like if I look at it straight on, then like it's perfect. And I'm really happy with it. Right, so the weight is absolutely spotless as well, and I think the badge is like a tiny little bit crooked, but that is nothing that an unscrew and a rescrew would not fix, so let me try and get that. How's that look? Yeah, I think that looks about as straight as it's going to get, so I'm happy with that. Right, so from what I remember, installing the gaskets can be a little bit of a pain, since the top half of the case actually does not have divots milled out where the gaskets should go. So the bottom ones are easy. I can just like put them in the space that's been made for them, but the top ones can be a little bit of a challenge. But let's see how it works out this time. From what I can tell, the material of the gaskets has not changed from round one, although I did build it back in June or July, I think. No, must have been June. So it's still like this soft foam, maybe 2-3 millimeters thick. And I think you're like primarily kind of supposed to put it on the plate, but since I want to leave myself the option of swapping out the plate if I end up not liking the material or the flex or whatever. Then, as with the round one, I'm putting mine in the case so that I don't have to get another set of gaskets when I want to change the plate. Putting them on the plate is probably like really easy because all you really do is like you align the gaskets onto here and stick them on the top and on the bottom. Case mounting them is a little bit more difficult. Just going to put this away for now. It's easier to do with using. It's easier to put these in just using my hand. Okay, so let's see how the plate sits in here. Sits just fine. From what I can tell, like there is room to flex, so I'm not in danger of shorting out the middle switches against the bottom of the case. Yeah, this feels very nice and somewhat flexy. Now for the top ones, these can be a little bit of a challenge, so might take a few tries to get them right. Or actually, I have a better idea. I just realized that I could, since I've already done this the hard way once, I could kind of capitalize off of that and instead align them by the previous round's gaskets. So I'm quickly going to unscrew this. I do have to say, I think I prefer the bottom engraving on this one over the round one, or over the round two, but it can fully be something that has yet to sort of grow on me. I did only get this today and I've yet to use it, so. There we go. Right, so I think that properly aligning these took me about 40 minutes of mild swearing. So I'm just going to make sure that the gasket alignment is exactly the same between round one and round two, which it looks like it is. There's a bunch of cat hair in this, of course, because it has been in use. And I'm just going to align these with the previous rounds. It's not exactly as easy as I was expecting it to be, but I mean, if we're going to take less than 5 minutes per one of these little things, then we're gonna come out the head anyway. Right, that's one side done. And here's the last one. Okay. Before I assemble the new one, I'm going to reassemble the round 1 board, just to sort of capitalize on the anticipation. Also because, like, otherwise I will forget to do it, pick it up off of my desk and get the little screws flying everywhere, and I do not want that to happen. Okay. Right, so let's assemble the case. Oh, this is looking really nice. Really nice already. Where did I put the screws? Right there, here. Unfortunately, not magnetic, or non-ferrous. So if this is something that Create Keebs could fix in their future products, I would really appreciate it. So just like try and make sure that the screws that you offer with your products are magnetic. It will make everyone's life a lot easier. I'm not putting them in particularly tight right now because I kind of want to have control over how much the gaskets press down on the plate. That is going to significantly affect exactly how much room the plate has to move. Why is this not going in properly? What's going on here? I may have like mildly or very lightly cross-threaded it. Although I don't particularly see why it should. Okay, there we go. Found the thread. So I think these should be about even. I'm just using like the softness of the gaskets to kind of try and equalize exactly how tightly I've screwed these in. I want there to be like some flex in it, or like some cushioning, but not too much. Right, so if we press down on the plate, then as you can see, the entire thing flexes very nicely. So, next up, keycaps, and I need to go and quickly get those, so I will be back in a minute. And what do you know, it actually took less than a minute this time around. These are the keycaps that I'm going to be using today. This is GMK Oblivion Round 2. Round 3 was in group buy this summer, I think, but these I got from the extra sale, I think about the same time last year. So yeah, considering myself fairly lucky due to that. And this is the only GMK set that I have that still comes in this old massive tray. Wow, okay. But this box contained significantly more cat hair than I expected it to. Alright, there's a cat up there right now. I'm gonna try and show you guys. Säbru. Yeah, there you go. That's cat tax for today. Trying to get myself back into focus now. Okay, there we go. That's good enough. Right, so of course, since we can, we are going to be using the Vim kit. So I'm going to start putting on the keycaps from the infamous Vim stepped caps lock, which also was a stand-in in my botanical kit for a while. Right. Wow, they are really dirty, apparently. Hey man, what's up, dude? We're building a keyboard. Thank you very much for joining me today. I hope you are also going to have fun in the stream. Maybe not as much as me because I'm building a keyboard today, but what switches are these? These are Alpacas. I think V2, lubed with Krytox 205 grade 1, and the springs were lubed using a knife oil, so not a 105 oil, but a knife oil that seems to do the job really well. It's, I believe, slightly thicker than what people usually use to lube their springs, but works fine. I think it was like by Victorinox, so it's for like pocket knives that have moving parts and such. Right, so let me actually get this into the frame as well. What's going on here? Why is A up here in this corner? Oh, these keycaps really are dirty. What the hell did I do to them before I put them? I guess I need to wash my hands a little bit more. We are using the Vim arrows because we can, even though that's not where I have the arrows on the actual layout, but right. These, I believe, were the first GMK caps that I ever got. I do have a few, well, I have gotten a few more sets since, but these were and will always be my first. Right, 7U spacebar. Not flipped because that's the way I prefer them. Oh, that's clacky. Okay. I think I want either the Git logo. Wow, this camera autofocus is killing me today. Hello? There we go. Either the Git logo or this guy on the escape position. Let me know which one you prefer. I'll put these in last. Next we have our commit. Let's see. We should definitely have a fetch. We should also absolutely definitely have a push. Is this the right row? Yes, it is. As for the very bottom row, let's see, where's my 1.5 use? We have stash. We have branch. Where's the other ones? Ah, we have merge. And we need one more. Where could it possibly be? Ah, we have another stash. But I thought that I had at least 4. Ah, there we go. Found it. We don't want to get stashed twice. Don't try it at home. So we have stash. We have a white WKL 60 as well. Nice. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I was originally going to get the red one, and I actually bought and paid for the red one. But since the anodizer that Create Cubes uses messed things up a little, then they didn't have enough red kits to put together, like, I think they were missing 6 A-stock boards in red. So ABBB contacted me and asked me if I would be okay with a different color, and I chose white. I don't have any other white boards, so it's a nice change of pace. Let's see, this is 2U. Or 2.25. This, here we go. Right, so between these two, which should I pick? Should I pick Get Good to sort of remind me to keep improving, or just the Git logo? What do you guys think? If anyone's still listening. Get Good? Okay. You were the first one to speak up, so your word will be the law. There we go. Okay, one thing is still slightly annoying me. You don't like novelties. Well, I mean, you do like Git, right? Or actually, maybe you don't like Git, but you do use Git on a daily basis. One thing that's bothering me is that this is alpha colored and not mod colored. But I am not sure I see that key in mod color. Not right now, at least. I might have some more keys from this keycap set somewhere. You don't like novelties, then Get Good? Oh, wow, okay. Ah, there we go. There it is. It was on my desk, just like flipped around. There we go. We have symmetry in colors. I know that some people prefer their Tungan ports to have alpha colored backtick here. I'm not one of those people. I prefer them like this. I prefer my colors like perfectly symmetrical. This key looks like it's sitting a little bit at a weird angle. Let's see. Is it properly centered? Or like, is the switch properly centered? Just making sure that the switch is in the plate properly. Okay, so no interference with the case for these keycaps as far as I can tell. And I would say this is looking pretty good. Hey, I've been recently doing magic for keep streamers for their stream. Maybe we could arrange something. What kind of magic do you have in mind? Oh, damn. Dr. Doofin. What kind of magic do you have in mind? We've done card tricks for a couple of people over Discord. Yeah, okay. That's not really my jam, but I do appreciate the offer. I haven't set up like overlays for Discord and such either because, well, I don't really stream myself playing games. I only stream myself building keyboards, so I'm maybe not the target audience for what you have to offer, but I do still appreciate the offer. %60 keyboards look so good. Yeah, that's why I have many of them. They are nice. 60% is by far my favorite form factor. I do have some keyboards in other form factors coming in later this year. I'm waiting for the Maker Keeps Scarlet, for example. I'm also waiting for Thera by Create Keeps, or the same people that made this one. Yeah, I think that's it. And there might be another report going into GB soon that I might also want to get into. You want to have the 60% layout, but you really need the arrow keys. I thought I did as well, but then I actually built one and started using one on a daily basis. I work as a software developer, so I use arrow keys and like 4 to 5 key combinations quite often in my work, and like it took maybe a few days to get used to it. Yeah, layers work. I prefer having my arrow keys under function and these ones, so up, down, left, right. Like I can hold down the function key with my pinky and like use my other fingers to articulate this, while optionally holding Alt or Windows or Control or Shift with this hand. Use IJKL as your arrows. Yeah, that's another like fairly popular combination. Some people use function WASD, which I don't really like because it's not super usable on one hand. Some people use Vim arrows, so like basically the same arrows as the keycaps here say. But yeah, I prefer the HHKB arrows, and I've actually cloned a lot of my layout from the original HHKB, which I do own as well. It doesn't see much use, primarily because it has a mini USB connector, and I don't have a nice cable for mini USB, so it sounds like a silly reason, but yeah, I should build a nice cable, and then maybe I'll use it a little bit more. Without further ado, let's do a typing test. So I will set things up quickly. So let's see. Right, I am going to mute the music, or pause it at the very least. Switch over to a slightly nicer overlay. There we go. There we go, sorry. And can I get the mic in here? You would have gotten the Thera if you had the money. It's only irrelevant because the Vast is from the same place, you believe? Yeah, it is the same company, but a completely different form factor. Sorry, I'm adjusting the microphone position a little bit. There we go. I'm gonna switch over to the desk mic. If this is a little bit quiet while typing, then just let me know. I can turn it up a little bit, not by super much, but I can try. So here goes nothing. .94 words per minute. Like the words per minute doesn't really matter for anything, but I have to say I am really happy with how this both sounds and feels. Let me just switch back to the list cam. Just going to unplug it as well, actually. The lubed Alpaca sounds smooth. The spacebar is a little bit clacky, so I might try and do something about that later on. Long shift and enter sound nice, and the feel is really nice and bouncy. This is probably exacerbated a little bit because of the deskmat. But yeah, speaking of deskmats, actually, I just remembered I promised to try a different deskmat, so I'm gonna turn the music back on and try and get that in order. Where's my mouse? Ah. I have lost my mouse, weirdly enough. Or like the cursor at the very least. This is super odd. Okay, let me try unplug and replug the receiver for the mouse. Okay, there we go. that was super weird. Great. So I'm going to be cleaning up my desk a little bit, and I'm going to try and see how this key looks on a completely different desk mat. So some of you already know what deskmat this is because you saw me order it, but for those that don't, especially if you're new here, if you didn't read the section below me right now, then I am a huge fan of cats. We actually do have cats of our own. We have 2, plus we're sort of providing at least a temporary home for 2. And if they get along with our older cats, in the long term, we might just keep them. So since I am a huge fan of cats, I got this absolute gem of a deskmat. It's very much outside of my usual ballpark as far as color schemes go, but just look at how cute this is. Whoop. What am I showing you guys right now? There. Sorry about that. Right, so this is the deskmat. It even has a bike on it. My desk is very messy right now, so I'm not going to zoom out any further. But yeah, this is my new deskmat, and this is what the keyboard looks like on it. Looks like the purple or the lilac for this row matches the background really nicely. So I'm kind of stoked about that. Let's actually go ahead and change the color scheme of the mouse as well. I currently have it set to blue. This is the new Model D wireless from Glorious. Let's see, Glorious core, lighting. This maybe? No, that's not bright enough. How about this? This maybe? Yeah. Sorry about that. I had the wrong microphone on. Really sorry about that, but yeah, this is my new desk setup. If you can't tell, this is not the aesthetic that I would usually go for, but this one has cats on it. So yeah, I'm really happy with this. What happened to the microphone, by the way? Like, I noticed it switched over to the other one at one point, but did it just like go quiet or? Okay. Anyway, couldn't hear my voice properly. Okay, yeah. Switched over to the desk mic properly. I have like a small microphone attached to the camera stand that's holding this bad boy up. So yeah. I'm not quite done with this stream yet. I want to try some additional things. I noticed that the PCB potentially has support for underglow. So I want to try and add spot underglow for this section especially. Like, I'm not going to add any to these sides, obviously, because you can't really see it, but yeah, I'm gonna try and add underglow. For that purpose, I have some LED strips. These are WS8112, I believe. They have one pin for 5 volts, one pin for ground, and then the middle pin for data. And these are the same LEDs that I actually have used in the past to add underglow to one of my other keyboards. This is really scuffed, but it currently doesn't have any keycaps on it. But I think you should be able to tell. Like, I think I have... Okay, it turned off for some reason. Let me try and remember what the... Okay, I don't think I can... Oh, there we go. Right, so it has like this revolving rainbow effect that I think looks really nice. So we're going to try and do that here as well. In order to do that, I am going to remove the fancier deskmat that I just put on. I don't want to get solder onto this. I made that myself. I built it myself in that sense. It was the first keyboard that I built. It's a Keep.io Quefrency 60%. Not the current generation, but the older generation that required you to sort of supply your own small Arduino. And that was also special in the sense that like I had to solder my own diodes, whereas if you buy like any other keyboard PCB, then like usually the diodes are already soldered onto it. So yeah, that was the first soldering project that I did in like a good 10 years or something. Royally messed it up, but ended up fixing it. So this is way more difficult than it should be. Okay, I'm gonna deal with this later. Right, so next up I will disassemble the board once more. Where did I put my screwdriver? There it is. Gotta go. Have a good night. You too, man. Thank you very much for joining. I'm always glad to have new people drop by. Thank you very much for the follow as well. See ya. Right. I'm going to be setting the case aside for the most part. I do want to sort of try and scope out where exactly the underglow LEDs should be. Let's see. So this is slightly translucent, and this has screws in it. Need to put these to the side right now. Right, so this is slightly translucent, so maybe I can see one of the holes in the PCB through here. Okay, I can see both. Right, so the area that we are going to be targeting is here. Oh, that was not a good idea. Okay, fortunately the finish was not damaged, but... Whew. That was not fun. Right, let me get some tape. Sorry about that. Rest in peace, everyone that uses headphones. Really, really sorry. I did not mean to do that.
I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on.
Fuzzinator007, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it.
You and I are working here today. It's evidence of that.
Do I have scissors anywhere at all? I do not see scissors on my desk. I do, however, see an X-Acto knife. And that's nearly as good as having scissors, isn't it? Keymat followed me this minute. Thank you very much for the follow. Just a moment. In case anyone doesn't know what keymats are, I'm not sure where I've put my 60% one, but here's the Alice one. I actually have two. They're really small desk pads, really nice and portable, and they do what a keymat or do what a deskmat does. Yeah, hi. Also available in black now. I will pick some of those up. I absolutely will pick some of these up after the stream. Thank you very much for dropping by. Wait. Anyway, I wanted to use, before I got distracted, I wanted to use tape to mark the areas into which I'm going to be soldering stuff, but now I'm distracted. What was I doing? Right, okay. Hey, Mr. Keymat, if you're still here, could you elaborate on how the WAAC is going? Spent New Year's in Tallinn a few years back. Okay. Well, if you ever come here again, pop me like a message on like here or on Discord, and let's hang out. How's the what going? How's yet another Alice clone going? Or yuck. Because I was looking to get one. Going bad, okay. Kinda meh on it now. Oh, that's sad to hear. Yeah, I was really excited about the project. Because the only Alice style board that I have right now is well, I mean, you know what this is. You know exactly what this is. This is a lubricante. Absolutely love the layout. Kind of fallen out of love with how acrylic sandwich boards sound and feel, so I've been trying to sell it. I'm like your fan club. Apparently so. Yeah, that's the infamous lubricante that survived the drink. I poured a good amount of Coke into it 30 seconds before giving a tech demo at work, so that was not a good day. Don't spill your drugs on keeps. This was for those of you at home wondering which Coke Sick meant. He meant Coca-Cola. It wasn't the drugs kind. I know that's boring, but it's a liquid problem, not dust problem. Yeah. Oh, we have a surprise visitor on stream. Hold on. Come here. This is Sweetie. Those of you that were here in the beginning have already seen him, but he is one of our new cats. A total sweetheart, a total snuggle bun, a very vocal cat. But we love him very much. Say hi to the stream. Okay, he's kind of fed up with me right now. Thank you. Right, you're always trying to find the time to redo the Alice clone. It will come. Okay, I'm really hoping it will. It's like, it looks so good, and like the prototype pics that I saw were also really nice. So whenever it does drop, I am absolutely going to buy one. so we want to find out where the middle of this board is before I get any more distracted. I can actually see where the middle is by the gasket tabs, so we should be good on that. I am going to cut a few LEDs. And let's see, I need some wire. Babe, could you get like little wires from the blue box? They're like in like a big Ziploc bag. By the way, Mr. Keebs, if you want someone to build the Lubricante prototype and you feel like Poesio has had enough prototypes, hit me up. I would absolutely love to have a play with it. Okay, this wire is surprisingly thick. We actually have so much shit for it. It's not even fun. Proto PCBs, proto plates. Oh damn. Yeah, I mean the yuck. Okay. The INI white and PC. Damn. Well, like if you have theoretically, hypothetically speaking, if you had enough bits to build one, I would be very, very happy to build one. Like I'm happy to pay for like the manufacturing cost if you don't feel like charging full price for it as well. So I just really kind of missed the Alice layout, and I absolutely love how the project looked. So just add me on Discord. Let's see. I think I already potentially have. Tell you what, I'm gonna deal with it when I actually have a keyboard plugged into my system. For now, I'm gonna try and stay focused on this, because like otherwise, this stream is gonna go on for 2 more hours. Okay, cool. Thank you. You're on a business call too. Yep. Sounds fair. Yeah, talk to you later. And thank you again for the follow. I really, really do appreciate it. Ja, Name Hilem. Okay, so the problem with these wires is that they are way too thick to fit in the headers, and well, way too thick to be soldered onto the LEDs anyway, so let's see. Right, so I should have some wires here. Let me actually check one more spot. Okay, I think this is my best option right now. Right, so these are technically breadboard prototyping wires, but since I have been meaning to order more of them, I don't super mind like sacrificing a few. Let's see. Let's have a yellow. Let's have a black, and let's have a red. So I've been tinkering with various electronics outside of keyboards recently as well. And unfortunately, I have these laying around. Right, so looks like the soldering iron has nicely heated up. Kind of wish I had a wire stripper, but I've been like forgetting to buy one for whatever reason. Well, I mean, I know exactly the reason, but whatever. Where is my solder? Here it is. Oh, got that unspooled somehow. Keebweeb has followed me this minute. Thank you very much for the follow. I do really appreciate it. Are you by any chance affiliated with the Estonian Keebweebs, or are you a solo Keebweeb entrepreneur? Because the local keyboard nerd server that we have used to be called Keebweeb. We changed it only because some people kind of refused to join while it's called that. So now it's keeb.ee or keeby. Solid. Didn't know anyone else had this name. Yeah. It was a meme at first, because like some of the people in the community were like connoisseurs of Japanese pop culture. But wow, I really stripped this wire, didn't I? Anyway, it was like kind of a meme at first because some of us like were anime fans, and then it just like kind of stuck for nearly 2 years. But yeah, now we have a different name for our community. I personally am not super into anime. Not that it matters. Like I don't really look down on people that are. I just don't super vibe with it myself. the most haters of anime fans are other anime fans. Well, I mean, that's something that I feel like applies to basically every single community which has members that are very passionate about the hobby, including keyboards. So yeah, not too surprised there. This is not going super well. The tactile linear wars are still going strong. Yeah, I am team linear, absolutely. I hope you won't unfollow me because of this. I do have two tactile boards as well. One of them is the split that I showed on stream like a little bit ago, and the other one is the original HHKB Pro 2. So it's a top ray port, which in itself is a tactile. Daily drivers are got yellows, kiwis, and box jades. Okay, let's wait. Are kiwis tactile? I know that box jades are clicky, right? Because like we have a guy in our community that has box jades on his board. Coincidentally, he is the only, well, actually not the only person with clickies, but one of the very few people with clickies. I'm having difficulty soldering this this last pin. Box jades are click bar, kiwis are tactile. Okay, so that's a pretty healthy assortment. Like you have linears. Get yellows are really damn good for their price, I feel. You have linears, you have clickies, you have tactiles. Pizza Top 123 XXL has followed me. Thank you very much for the follow, Pizza Top. I really appreciate it. Also, you have a very cool Twitch username. So, for anyone wondering what the hell I'm doing, I am currently trying to hack RGB support, or RGB underglow support, to the PCB that I'm using that does not have RGB LEDs. I am going to only do it like 4 LEDs in the middle, because the, what the hell? Okay, look at this. This is how much solder I've put in here. I've put in so much solder that it's like made a contact to the plate And this one came loose as well. Why don't you use solder wick instead of solder sucker? Wick is better. It's because the wattage of the soldering iron is fairly low, which means that it takes a lot of time to heat up the wick. I think I do actually prefer wick to the solder sucker myself, but the solder that I'm working with and the soldering iron that I'm working with can make it a pain. Okay, well, this is not pretty, but I think that's all 3 wires soldered. Music is a bit too loud, it's difficult to hear me sometimes. Let me tone that down just a little bit. That should be a little bit better. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. Like however many streams I do, it looks like I'm still in the process of figuring things out, so I appreciate it. For chill tracks, it gets hype out of nowhere. Yeah. Also, another issue is that I have a dynamic microphone because I am in an untreated room. So if I speak to the mic, if it's in front of my face, you can hear me all right. If I turn away from the mic and speak as loud as I did previously, you suddenly can't hear me. So yeah, it's like I'm still kind of getting used to it. But I feel like it's a better option than just like a stream of room noise, you know? Right, so what we need to do now is that we need to strip the other ends of these wires, tin them, and then solder them to these LEDs. I could really use a wire stripper right now. Using these flush cutters is nowhere near ideal. Let me try and get it with an X-Acto or an X-Acto-like product. We don't actually have X-Acto in Estonia. Real men use their teeth to strip wires. Yeah, well, this man here has, over the past few years, probably spent like several thousands of euros trying to get his teeth in order. So that ain't gonna fly. It's all fun and games until you develop like massive cavities and need to start getting those fixed. I'm not saying I haven't thought about stripping these with my teeth. I'm just not at that level of frustration yet. I should have really done this before soldering the other ends of these wires to the board. God damn it. Okay, 2 down, 1 to go. There we go. Okay, so let's where do we put the, okay, they're here. Right, so first up we have 5 volts, which is red. How long have I been building keyboards? I think I built my first keyboard roughly 2 years ago. The next one after that I built in February 2020. February 2020, and after COVID hit, well, all indoors hobbies got a lot more popular everywhere. So I now have a healthy collection of 7 keyboards, this one included. 8 if you count the one that I built for my girlfriend. So yeah, I've been streaming since I think May or June. And that kind of propelled me into the hobby of videography in general, which I'm kind of happy about. It's been quite a lot of fun filming stuff and obsessing over camera gear. Okay, this is not a solid connection by any means. I think it's going to be easier for me to just like tin the tip of the wire and then just like kind of smoosh it together with the other end. But tinning the tip does kind of require the wire housing to not bloody melt. So let's see how that's going. Cool Y keyboards. I like them and like I use them on a daily basis. I probably spend way more time at the computer than I should. I work as a software developer, so like I work with a computer, and like having an input device that I actually enjoy using kind of makes my work a little bit more enjoyable. Not that I hate it or anything. damn it. Okay, the music has stopped as well, so let me quickly fix that. There we go. This is impossible. That makes me wish I either had some solder paste or I had LEDs with larger pads, which I actually might have. Okay, so I have these. No, these are still roughly the same size. Okay. Oh well. These do use different wires, though. Wires that would be immensely easier to solder. So, what do I do? I'm gonna keep using these ones for now. And like, if I still fail, then let's see what happens. Actually going to go ahead and try and solder the middle one before I get to the 5 volt underground. This is about as frustrating as it probably looks. So, quite. But we have nowhere to hurry, so like I'm not going to, well, I'm gonna try to not pull any stupid stuff, so. Okay, there we go. It's on here. Probably not like super well. But if it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Gonna plug in the board once more. Nothing's coming up right now, which is to be expected. If I remember correctly, then VIA does support RGB underglow boards, so it could be. When in doubt, add more solder. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Right. So, if I remember correctly, then VIA should technically. What's going on with the mouse? Okay. VIA should technically support mapping the pin that RGB is on. Let's see. Let's check special. Okay, doesn't look like it does, but that is fine, because that is not the only option that we have. We also have QMK MSys, and we have Visual Studio Code. Alright, so we have keyboards. Let's see, where would this be listed under? Probably EVI. EVD 13. We are looking for the plain 60, keymaps, default, and keymap.c. Alright, the layout that I'm currently looking at is not exactly the same one that we have, but currently that is secondary. Let's see. The stuff that we actually care about here is, let's see, how do I zoom this in? There we go. The stuff that we care about is this here. This is RGB DI pin, which is set to B0, which is exactly the pin that we are tapping into. And RGB LED number, in our case, is going to be 4, because we only have 4 RGB LEDs. Now, let's also try and find... It's been a while since I messed around with RGB stuff in QMK. So, let's actually duplicate this folder and make our own. Paste, and let's call this vlesson, which is my GitHub username. Under here, in config, RGB DI pin is B0, RGB LED or RGB LED number is 4, and I'm okay with the hue step, saturation step, and value step being at 8. The key map is... okay, the key map is very much messed up. We're gonna have to paste something else together here. Let's see, where was the default one? It's here. So let's copy this, paste it here. paste. And we want to have, let's see, what do we want to have? This we want to be MO. With the argument of _fn. This is our function layer. Let's see. How does the default have these set up? Layer, okay. _fn layout reset. Okay. So what we want to change straight away is that we want to have some sort of control over whether RGB is on or off, and we want to be able to cycle through the different RGB modes. And like to begin with, that's probably going to be enough. So let's steal this from Querdenker's key map. You can probably hear a loud cat behind me. It's Suzy, and he wants either food or scritches. Neither of which I am unfortunately in a position to give him right now. But we'll snuggle later. Okay, so that's our key map. Now, in order to actually use it, we need to use QMK msys. And run a command. Let's see, this is evd13 / plane60 / my username. It did not work. Okay. Invalid keyboard folder. Okay, right, so it takes the -km command, so -km lesson. Let's see if compiling it works. It might take a little while. Okay, looks like the key map was fine, so that's a lot of libraries. Okay, so compiling it works. Let's try flashing it. Bootloader not found, so let's hit the little reset button on our keyboard. There we go, we have RGB. Right, so just to sort of demonstrate that it works, let's try toggling it on and off. Perfect, okay. So, next steps are figuring out the exact position of the LEDs, which I can do really easily if I check it against the gate. If I check it against the case. Once we have that sorted, we are going to be snipping this in half and positioning them basically around the cutout that they're going to be shining into. And then finally, we will probably be making some changes to our key map as well. But that's a great start. The stream has gone on for 4 hours and 8 minutes, and I think we should perhaps be done in another 30 minutes or so. So, just to... Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and use electric tape to fix the LEDs into position without removing the adhesive cover on the back. And I'm actually also going to just sort of wrap the really bad solder joints that I made in electrical tape as well, just to make sure that they don't short anything. It's unfortunate that the wires cross, but since on these LEDs the data pin is in the middle and on the circuit board the data pin is on the edge, then like there's no other choice really that I could think of. So yeah. Okay. Right. So this is just to sort of test the position of the LEDs. I'm gonna try placing them here, and then I'm gonna try it in the case and see what happens. And I want this to be flat, ideally. Right, so this is the glow that we are getting. I'm nearly happy with this placement. I can see two hotspots here where the LEDs are. So I think I'm going to move it around very, very slightly. But yeah, I'm liking where this is going. Just gonna slap this on here as well temporarily. Just kind of hold it in place. Yeah, okay, that's not much better. I think it got worse actually. Okay, I need to move them around a little bit more. Right, so this time around I can use this guy as a marker to sort of indicate where it was, and then move a couple of millimeters away from it. Like this, maybe? This is so scuffed. But the things that we do for R's and G's and B's, right? Okay, I think I'm happy with this. Like it's, I can play with the intensity a little bit and fix it that way. Right. Hello. Looks like Susie got what he wanted. He's currently enjoying the lap of my girlfriend. He can be very convincing. Right, so this is the adhesive that should ideally hold the RGB strip down inside the case. This probably does like remove some of the flexing opportunity from the PCB, but maybe it's fine. Let's see if it like starts hitting the bottom of the case, then I'll do something about that. I think I should probably get better tape for this, to be fair. Right, let's do some of that sweet soldering again. Now, these cables that I'm making right now are probably way too long, but I would rather have them be a little bit too long than just a little bit too short, so that's okay. All right, time to tin some pads again. Okay, that's some solder in all of them. It's not ideal since I apparently... Ow. Okay. So, if there's a learning experience in here, then it's that hot solder looks very much like cold solder, but it's hot. Yikes. Okay. Looks like I melted the LED strip to the electric tape, which is not exactly ideal, but there we go. Fixed it. Right. I need to find some surface to solder this on because I don't... Actually, maybe it's fine. Let's see. Yeah, I need some sort of a surface to solder this on. Like, even paper might be fine. It's not gonna burn. Right, now to get the middle pin. Hello, solder. Please stick to the pad. We've been over this. Alright, we finally got it to stick. I think. Yep, okay. Really ugly once again, but what can you do? Right, so next up, let's solder on the wires that we prepped. Once again, I'm going to do the middle one first because that one's probably going to be the most annoying to get to afterwards. Okay. This is not going well. At this point, it like kind of feels like an exercise in futility. I've been at this for like, well, I mean, I finished the board about an hour ago. I've been trying to solder, what is that? 12 connections for basically the past hour, just to add a spot of RGB. Okay, this one's stuck. I really hope it will be worth it at this point. Okay, this one also stuck. 9 down, 3 to go. I will tape up the connection just to like sort of make sure that it doesn't come loose or anything. There's apparently 13 people still watching me fumble with really small solder connections with really bad solder. Not sure why, but I do appreciate it. You thought it was working already? Well, I mean, the keyboard is, yeah, but I want to add this little spot of RGB underglow that is not present on the PCB. So in order to do that, I have to solder things to the PCB. And like in this case, I'm soldering like 4 small RGB LEDs. So the keyboard itself works just fine. I just want it to have like that little bit of extra touch that maybe other people that have built this board don't have, if that makes sense. The red underglow was working, yeah, but that was in one strip, and like 2 of these were like hidden. So now I'm like trying to position them so that like all 4 LEDs kind of light up the badge inside the weight. So I'm gonna try and tin these tips just to like not take forever with them. And once we are done with the soldering part, I'm going to reassemble the board and work on the firmware a little bit, just so that it supports colors other than red, and maybe like some flashier stuff as well. I have some ideas that I think would look pretty good in white, or like in the white case. Okay. This very last solder joint, could you please stick? Thank you. Okay, there we go. So now, all I need to do is tape it down in the correct position. Hopefully. Right, so we're looking for the absolute center of the board. Based on this, we can align the bottom one and then align the other one as well. And then all we really can do is pray that it works. there. Yeah, about there. Yeah, that looks about right. So I will undo the cover of the adhesive strip below the LEDs. Just for like some extra security. I would very much like if these stayed in the same position on the PCB as I want them to, because otherwise I would have to open up the case and redo some of it. So let's see. That's the middle. There we go. Okay. It's not a perfect square, but I think it's close enough. Close enough for me today at the very least. Just gonna tape these wires down as well. And now let's hope it works. Fingers crossed. Yes, there we go. We have underglow. Gonna reassemble the case, and then we can take a look at the LEDs inside the case once more. This does sort of stiffen up the board significantly, since it cuts down on the travel, I think, of the middle part of the PCB, but let's see, if it gets annoying or something, then I can just very easily remove the LEDs with like desoldering 3 very weak solder joints, so I'm not too bothered by that. Right, where's my screwdriver? Here it is. Just before we do fix the other screws, let's check for alignment. Yeah, seems about right. It looks a lot different in real life. In real life, the light inside the case looks a lot more dispersed. So like the way that the camera processes the intensity of any certain color kind of makes it look a lot worse on camera. Whereas in reality it looks, I would say it looks significantly better. Right, I'm missing 2 screws. Okay, here's one. And where's the last one? Here it is. Checking for flex once again. Yeah, that does make it a lot stiffer, but, well, if it turns out to be a little bit too stiff, then I can just remove the LEDs. And that's okay. Alright, so. Going to clean that up in a bit. For now, let's take a quick look at the firmware. The rest of the layout I am going to address down the line, not immediately. Just going to maybe fix like a few things that I see immediately. Right, this is also blank. Yeah. So blank, right control, slash right shift, enter, backslash, backslash. Wait, why is there? Tim Keelis has followed me. Thank you very much for the follow. I also see Filthy W2K has followed me. Thank you very much for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. I just finished the most frustrating 45 minutes of soldering really small LEDs that I've probably experienced. So I hope you ended up here after that. Right, so let's see. Let's steal some more code from Acquired Denker. Way before? Oh, I'm really sorry about that. But I mean, I guess the fact that you're still here means that it wasn't too bad. What did I do with the keyboard that I built at Mango? It is right here. I haven't sold it or anything. I still have it. I need to fix a few things about it. The right shift doesn't work properly because I think I lifted a pad. Some of the keys are misaligned, and it is currently missing a few keycaps because I was using the using some of the keycaps from this board to align switches on here. But yeah, I might be fixing this one on stream next Monday, unless another project arrives by then. And there's actually some fixes that I want to do to the keyboard that I built before Mango as well. This is the yellow KBD fans blade. Kind of like how this looks. Really love how the key set looks. I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on the profile. This is Cat Space Cadet. I'm used to Cherry, so it's slightly higher and like messes with my muscle memory a little. In addition to that, it kind of sounds incredibly hollow, so I wanted to try and tape mod it. So I might do that next week as well. Whoop, there we go. Right, firmware. Let's see. You know, I'm just going to open up the QMK documentation here. I think it's probably easier for me to refer to the key codes there. And copy those over, then like try and guess what they are from looking at someone else's key map. Right, so RGB tog is already bound to function tab. I want this to be mode forward. I want this to be saturation or value. So let's see. So this is increasing the value, and this is... Had a slight chance to look them up close, but didn't get to try them or chat. I think there's going to be another Mango DAO at this. I'm not sure if it's in the same place, but there should be like a smaller one in spring, and then another one in the autumn. Or if you are interested in mechanical keyboards, then I think we're going to be organizing a meetup of the local community in sometime in November. So feel free to like send me a private message, and I can maybe shoot you an invite to our Discord and stuff. Anyway, this is toggling the RGB mode. This is toggling the RGB intensity. If I hold shift, this is toggling it backwards and toggling the intensity down. So let's try and flash it again. Whoa. Yeah, okay, this key map is cursed. Let's see. Was it KCGRV? Simple key codes. Full list. Okay, KC Grave, KC CRV, okay. Will I be sharing the info on level 1 Discord as well? I need to check with the guy organizing the meetup, since he's going to be throwing it in his apartment, which is not unlimited in size, but perhaps. Do shoot me a private message though. I can send you an invite to our local mechanical keyboard enthusiast Discord. Right, KC Gary, backspace. Right. Do I want reset to be here? No, I don't. Where do I want reset to be? God, here? I want this to be KC del or delete. And we'll be working from there. This does not have F keys, which is fine for now. Can I just do this? Yeah. Oh god, this does not have arrows either, does it? Okay, I definitely need to fix that. Let's see. Right. And this will hopefully do the trick. Gotta wait around for it to... I just realized I've been editing code without showing you guys. Really sorry. There. Basically what I did was fix up the key map a little, just to make it sort of somewhat usable for me. Because the default key map, or the... the default key map for it was... well, not something that I'm used to, and I was... kind of out of luck trying to use it. Okay, there we go. So, let's see. It's on, it's red. So let's try and shift through a few different RGB modes. Right, okay, this is like breathing, I guess. It like gets turned up and down. I'm going to turn off my key light so you guys can maybe see a little bit better. So this is breathing. Then we have another kind of breathing, I guess. Okay, we have some RGB action going on, but this is swapping the color of all of the LEDs at once, I think. Ah, there we go. This is what I was looking for. Is this static or does this move? I think this is static, so let's... Is this moving? Like, my eyes are a bit too shut to tell. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is. It is revolving. So, if I turn down the... if I basically try and make the view a little bit darker, then you guys will see as well. It's like slowly revolving. Just gonna turn off my desk light as well. There we go. Was that worth 50 minutes of messing around? Maybe. Will it adversely affect the feel of the keyboard? Also maybe. Am I happy I did it and it actually works? Hell yeah.
I have a thematic sticker for you.
I have a thematic sticker for me. It's... Oh my god, it's... It's a cat with a light. Let me try and turn the brightness back up. Whoa, that's bright. Okay, that's a bit much. There we go. My girlfriend gave me a thematic sticker, which I think fits here ideally. But yeah, I'm really happy with this build. I'm happy with how it felt and sounded before I tried modifying it with RGB. So it actually doesn't change that much. I need to see if it smashing against the bottom of the case is going to be an issue, but yeah, I think this is where I'm going to wrap it up for today. Huge thanks to everyone that tuned in, especially everyone that sort of said hi in the chat. I'm really happy to have you here, and like, I would have built this keyboard even if I had 1 or 0 viewers, but it's really nice. It's really nice that it looks like someone else at least enjoyed it as well. So yeah, that's you made it. I'm wrapping up, Valmar. But before I go, I'm gonna show you the back as well. It's beautiful. I'm really happy with how it turned out. All right, that's it for me today. I'm gonna maybe drink something and then snuggle with my cats and my girlfriend a little bit, and maybe take some pictures of the board. But yeah, thank you once again for everyone that tuned in, and I will catch you in the next one.